I would like to call to order the RTA Board of Trustees meeting on Tuesday, July 30th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Number one, call to order. Number two, roll call.
Mayor Biassiata. Ms. Elder.
Here.
Mayor Kumar.
Here?
Mr. Love.
Here.
Reverend Lucas. Ms. McPherson. Ms. Pachetti.
Here.
Mr. Sleesman.
Here.
Mayor Weiss.
Here.
And Ms. Welch. You have 8 board members present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Item number 4, approval of the board minutes. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the June 25th, 2024 board minutes as presented. Are there any comments or questions from board members? And then if not, a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this point, we have 2 minutes of public comments on agenda items. If we have a person present, if you could state your name, your address, and then please give us in advance the agenda item that you would like to comment on. Do we have anyone here in person that would like to make a public comment? Yes, ma'am. Please go up to the podium.
If I remember everything that you just said, I will proceed. I can't see. I'm 80 years old, and I ask for your patience.
Sure.
My name is Maxine Taswell. My address is 3316 West 56th Street, Cleveland, 44102. And I also didn't mention that I'm a Marine Corps veteran. My agenda is the unruly actions of some of your employees that are employed to take care of us on paratransit. Shall I proceed with my agenda?
Sure.
Number 1 would be the people who take the reservations, who disconnect you and don't allow you to answer the questionnaire. You have an unruly bunch there on Chester who take the reservations. Number 2, the dispatchers, most of whom are wonderful, but they only have a window, and a lot of us are poked into that one window, trying to get to church and from church, hookers. I'm talking about St. Malachi. It's no fun on a Sunday or a Saturday afternoon. Also, I would like to address the fact that drivers who will not separate their behinds from the seat and will ask you, can you make it? Most of the drivers are wonderful. This is a minority of people. My understanding is that you are here for us and not us here for you. I wish that all of you would take a trip on some of those hemorrhoid-making machines that those drivers must drive. And I wrote out questions, but as I'm blind, I can't even read my writing. The light is bad in here for us. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, this is India Birdsong Terry, General Manager. Just wanted to say thank you for your comments. If you need any assistance, we're happy to provide that for you. We do have our Director for Paratransit who's in the audience and did hear your comments, and we'll make sure we'll follow up with you as well for any additional information.
Thank you. And the next time I come, I will bring cited.
No problem. And if there is anything that you'd like to hand to us, I see you had a written note. We're more than happy to take that. I was a former editor. You'd be surprised. Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Are there others here in person that would like to make a comment?
I also think 2 minutes is criminal.
Thank you for your comment. All right, Teresa, do we have anyone on the phone?
Anyone on the phone in the back?
We have one caller.
Okay. You can go.
Caller 0387. You can go ahead.
This is Eric Stewart. In reference to the woman
that just spoke to you, if India Terry truly wanted to help her, she should have read out the woman's questions so that they could have been a matter of record in the public comment, rather than taking those notes and they never become part of the public comments because you do edit them and then tone down the truth of what the woman was actually trying to say to you. What I'm calling about today is the customer service survey, which is still not working, so that you can really get the true feedback from the public. I called on Friday at approximately 8:33 a.m., 621-9500. I hit all the correct prompts. Customer service agent came to the phone named Yvette. She answered my question about the route I wanted to get addressed. I waited for the survey. I was disconnected. I called Monday at approximately 8:33 a.m., 621-9500. I talked to Yvette. She answered my question about the route, which is yesterday, by the way. I waited for the survey to come on. I was disconnected again. I called today at approximately 8:45 a.m., 621-9500. I talked to Yvette again. I asked her a question about two routes and about the service of the blue line being reinstalled. She answered the questions, and the survey was disconnected again. This has been going on for more than 9 months. I brought this up to you when India Terry and Natoya Minor said they were praising the customer service survey, and I told them it wasn't working then, still not working now. It was news to them then. I didn't know that they thought it was working well. It's still not working. I'm also calling you because I still haven't found one person who filled out the survey that you put out prior to this next gen and got a response. Nobody got a response. I didn't get a response. But then you put in the next gen and said it was based on customer
Caller, you're out of time.
response wanting it to be put in.
There are no more calls in the queue.
Thank you very much. CEO Birdsong, would you like to respond to that?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, India Birdsong Terry, General Manager and CEO. Just want to take a moment to again state that we are here for working with each other, right? As was stated by the previous public commenter, we definitely are here for you as you for us. And so we want to make sure that we all maintain a level of decorum and respect regardless of if it's on the line or in person. I will say that we appreciate the time that you give to us, no matter if you dial in, you write in, or you come here and travel downtown. We understand that this may not be the ideal time for everyone, but I think it's a great example of the benefit of actually coming in person when you can. So just for a slight correction to the caller, my ask was to offer to read the comments for the young lady who came before you, and that was declined respectfully, and we made sure that her comments are read into the record as she mentioned. So we do have that. Also, I wanted to make sure that we address the question about the survey. It's a random survey from what I understand, and as I mentioned before, we do have our staff here that can give an example of how that's supposed to function. This was mentioned by the caller who dialed in a month or so, or maybe 2 ago at this point, to be able to express his comments about our survey. We appreciate it, and I did ask staff to move into the exploratory phase to figure out how that survey should and can work, and to determine if we have any updates for that survey that a lot of our paratransit customers are getting on the line. So if I can punt it over to Nick Davidson for a moment and Doc Caver to support in quick explanation of our findings for that survey. Not a full-on presentation, but Nick, if you're able to give an update as to if that survey function is working properly as designed, and if so, do we have any plans for changing the format?
Yes, ma'am. This is Nick Davidson, Paratransit Director. We tested that survey internally, and it was operating as designed. When the agent ends the call, the customer can select into that survey, and it asks 3 questions, and then thanks them for the feedback, and then terminates the call. We are exploring options, working with our IT group and our partners in the state with the phone system to explore options that have every caller go into the survey rather than a randomize or opt into it, where it'll have every caller pushed into the survey, and then they can disconnect if they choose to not participate. So we're exploring other options as well.
Thank you. If I can ask, and Doc, if you have any additional comments, if I can ask, once we're going through the recognizance on that, perhaps we look at adding some language to that at the beginning of the call that says this is a random survey, so that callers are aware that they may or may not have the ability to take that survey based on the algorithm of the actual survey instrument. Because I think we want to make sure that folks don't think we're cutting them off or either blocking them from taking the survey. That might allow people to understand that sometimes they get it and sometimes they don't, until we come up with an availability for everyone to take the survey. We have our DGM, or Deputy General Manager of Operations. Doc, if you have any additional.
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Terry, members of the board. I'm Flonse Carver, the Chief Operating Officer for the Greater Cleveland RTA. And I just wanted to kind of more succinctly say what Mr. Davidson was saying. That is, in the surveying world, randomized surveys allow you to have the best outcome of the information. And so what the phone system does is it will randomize who it offers the opportunity to have a survey. It doesn't offer 100% of the individuals to have the survey. After discussion in this body, we are attempting to figure out if there's an opportunity to have everyone have the survey so that we can gain that. But when we do that, we will lose the randomized component of a survey, and therefore that data can be skewed. So just wanted to let you know how the system works.
Great, thank you very much. No one else on the phone? Do we have any web comments?
We do have one more comment for the phone.
Okay.
Caller 5841.
Dante Taylor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
This is Dante Taylor. And I would like to say that we need to update our paratransit services out here and everything else because I know on several different times they got me. I said I needed a 10 a.m. drop off at church, and they got and several times they got me there at 11:30, 12 o'clock. And last Sunday when I was trying to go somewhere, they didn't even. It was from 12:15 to 12:40, and they didn't even show up. I had to cancel because church was out, and I didn't want to sit there, and my grandmother was there, so that's the only way. And if we can update this stuff and get it better, and the way you're doing the survey, that's a good way you're doing it. Because if somebody don't want it, they don't have to opt to do it. You know what I mean? They don't have to press one to if they don't want to do it. You know what I mean? That's a good thing. And they skip it if they want to. That's good. And don't forget, Reverend Felon T. Butts running for President of the United States of America, 2024 as your independent. And God bless. Now have a nice day.
Thank you for your comments. And I believe we do have one more person in public who would like to make a comment. Yes. Your name, please.
Yes, hello. Hi, I'm Jenna Thomas. I'm a member of Clevelanders Public Transit. This relates to the General Manager's report. Good morning. I'm going to try to talk quickly because 2 minutes is very short. But I'm here to speak with you all about the West 25th Metro Health Line BRT. Last month, I had the pleasure of attending an open house, which shared information about the project. But I was disappointed to see the removal of bus lanes from Detroit to Chatham. Not only is RTA not striving for a world-class BRT line on West 25th as it stands, but RTA is actually undermining its own project. Ahead of the June open house, RTA staff instructed the consultant to remove bus lanes from Detroit on the north end to Chatham on the south to preserve parking in anticipation for pushback from businesses. And from my understanding of what I was told by RTA staff, this request did not come out of organized and loud pushback from businesses. The request didn't come from the city of Cleveland. It came from RTA because RTA is afraid to stand up for transit and fight for high quality a high-quality project that serves riders and operators. So I'm here to make 3 requests. 1, please add the bus lanes back in this section. It is the most congested part of the project, and removing the bus lanes, I think, really abandons the project goals entirely of making the line more reliable and reducing bunching. And also making other changes to the project to meet national BRT standards, like off-board fare payment and things like that. 2, review the decision-making processes that led to this failure. The 25 Connects plan cost $414,000, and that plan called for dedicated lanes along 100% of the corridor, including 24/7 bus lanes along this section. And so I don't know what the point is of paying consultants these hundreds of thousands of dollars to engage stakeholders and riders and make these recommendations just for them to be quickly overturned by some emails from RTA staff. And finally, I believe that the board should set a standard for what it expects RTA to do on this BRT project and all future projects. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments.
We have one email comment, Chair. This email comment was from Isaac Shimsky Augusta of Cleveland, and he is concerned about the number of shutdowns that are happening on the rail line, particularly the blue and green line shutdown was for a month. He wants to know if RTA has a plan to get to a point where these shutdowns are no longer necessary, and he is encouraging us to get our system into a state of good repair where a month-long shutdown is not necessary or happening as much. Thank you.
This is India Birdsong Terry, General Manager again. We will have a couple of updates for construction in my report later on in the meeting here, but we do recognize the comments that were made today. I'm not sure if there are any additional ones from the line. I don't believe so, but we are keeping track of all of these details. I just want to make sure that we also ask the public for continued patience as we start to, and understanding as we continue with the state of good repair projects. A lot of the projects that we have are very involved, and as was mentioned, we don't want customers to have a rough ride. We don't want customers to have experiences where they have delays due to capital programming and repairs on the operational side that we could avert. While we do understand that sometimes those month-long shutdowns are inconvenient, we do, when at all possible, have bus connectivity. We understand that's not the same as a rail connection. However, sometimes it is better for us to take advantage of the summer months and the good weather so that you have expedited construction going on. And then when you absolutely need it most, when the weather is worse, your ride should be and will be better. So we appreciate your time. And if we were to separate into small chunks, you probably have 3 or 4 2 weeks instead of 1 30 days. So we appreciate your assistance and your cooperation, but we'll keep that in mind.
Next, we have the committee reports. Are there any trustees that have an update on their respective committees at this time? Okay, great. That will cover items 6 through 13. I know there is, I believe, a compensation meeting after this, correct, Mayor Weiss?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, at this point, item 14, introduction of new employees and announcements of promotions. Do we have someone? Ida, great.
Good morning. My name is Arda Marshall. Good morning, Board President Kumar, General Manager India Birdsong Terry, and the Board of Trustees. Welcoming our new operators. We'll start off with Marcus Lovelace, Sharita Griffin, Brittany King, Nadia Alderson, Isaiah Godfrey, which I recruited from a parking attendant, Yasmin Blankenship, Emma Shannon, Abdul Rahim Safir, Rose Taylor, Brenda Banks, Kashmir Cheers, Morgan Stokes, Raphael Torrent, Shrika Crawford, Lanelle Bolden, Derek Hodge, Michael Reyes, and Sherman Fluellen. Now we're moving into our high school, 4 high school interns from Benjamin Davis, which is an aerospace and maritime school, and then also Cleveland Heights. It kind of blended together. But Luis Carrera, Nadia Walker, Jason Flood, and Cannon Drake. Moving back into our main office, we have Devin Marty, Internal Communications Specialist, and Muriel Bowen, Planner 2. Welcome Mark Steele, the new Supervisor of Janitorial Services. We're going to give some shout outs and congratulations to John Bettner, who is the Facilities Maintenance Crew Leader, George Morris Jr., Laborer, and Anthony Baldassar, the new Equipment Mechanic.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The next item we have are resolutions, and the first one is for those.
I'd like to ask, will you introduce yourself again?
Yes, sir. My name is Ida Marshall. I'm the Manager of Talent Acquisition.
Your last name, Marshall?
It is now.
Thank you.
Thank you, welcome.
Next thing we have resolutions. The first one is for those who have transit employees who have recently retired during the second quarter. Ida, do you have some comments on that before we introduce the resolution? We'll just keep you up there.
Okay, great. Yeah, we do have some retirees to honor. Unfortunately, we're not able to make it, but I'd love to share their names. Claudia Tompkins, bus operator. April Thompson, bus operator. Katina Harris, bus operator. Ronnie Moore, bus operator. Gregory Vina, facilities maintenance crew leader. Kenneth Glover, equipment mechanic. Craig Wahey, cash manager investment officer. Margaret Kavanaugh, laborer. Scotty Sanders, laborer. And we end with Thomas Harris, janitor. We want to all give them some applause on their service. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And I just want to thank you again. You know, every time you're up here, I know that filling our vacancies has been of utmost importance, and you know, we continue to really do a great job. I'm always impressed to see the number of new hires we have, and again, promoting those in the organization, creating some longevity, and keeping that institutional memory. So that's great. Okay, Teresa, we have Resolution 2024-48.
Expressing congratulations to the employees of the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority who retired during the second quarter of 2024.
You've heard the resolutions. Any comments? If not, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
To the chair, I believe we need a motion and a second first.
So moved, Mayor Weiss.
Second, Pachetti.
My apologies. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we need a roll call on this?
When I asked Ms. Marshall to introduce herself, I married her last Saturday. She was Coombs before. Her new name is Marshall. I appreciate it at the wedding.
Okay, Resolution 2024-48 is up for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions?
Anastasia Elder.
Motion carries. Item 2024-49.
Authorizing contract number 2024-023 with Petro Choice LLC for the furnishing of antifreeze as specified and is required for a period of 1 year in an amount not to exceed $100,272.50, General Fund, Fleet Management Department budget.
You've heard that contract. Questions or comments from the board?
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
Good morning. Janet Burney, General Counsel for RTA. Just for the record, I want the record to reflect that our newest board member, Anastasia Elder, will be abstaining from the vote on any resolution. She is new to our board. We welcome her. She was sworn in this morning. But we want to make sure that she is, when she's acting and voting, that she is fully engaged, and she just came on our board. She did get the packet of information, but doesn't have all the information that the full board has received via committee and otherwise. So just want the record to reflect that that's why she's abstaining. Thank you.
Is there a motion on this contract to move forward?
So moved.
Second?
Second, Mayor Weiss.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Anastasia Elder.
Okay. Resolution 2024-50.
Authorizing contract number 2024-059 with the Osborne Engineering Company for Project 66E1 Engineering Services for the Red Line Station platform modifications in an amount not to exceed $861,676.92. RTA Development Fund Engineering and Project Development Department budget.
You've heard that resolution as well. Comments from the board? If not, is there a motion?
So moved. Sleesman. Second, Love.
Great. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Anastasia Elder.
Great. Motion carries. Resolution 2024-51.
Authorizing contract number 2024-062 with CRS Metalworks Incorporated for project number 19.14, main office building HVAC replacement in an amount not to exceed $1,575,000. RTA Development Fund Engineering and Project Development Department budget.
You've heard that as well. Comments from the board? If not, is there a motion and a second?
So moved, Mayor Weiss.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Anastasia Elder.
Motion passes. Item 2024-52.
Authorizing contract number 2024-063 with Warren Roofing and Insulating LLC for project number 20.04, main office building roof replacement in an amount not to exceed $940,000. RTA Development Fund, Engineering and Project Development Department budget.
You've heard that resolution. Any comments from the board? If not, a motion and a second, please.
So. Second, Pachetti.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Okay, that resolution passes as well. Resolution 2024-53.
Authorizing contract number 2024-064 with Hatzel and Bueller Incorporated for furnishing of aerial railroad signal cable in an amount not to exceed $161,820. RTA Development Fund Power and Way Department budget.
Heard the resolution. Comments or questions from the board? If not, a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Mayor Weiss. Second, Love.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Great, thank you. Resolution 2024-54.
Authorizing contract number 2024-065 with Richard L. Bowen and Associates Incorporated for Project 66D Design Services for Central Rail Maintenance Facility modifications for the new rail cars in an amount not to exceed $472,484.95. RTA Development Fund Engineering and Project Development Department budget.
All right, you've heard the resolution. Comments from the board? If not, a motion and a second, please.
Motion.
Okay. Motion, Reverend Lucas.
Second, Sleesman.
Great. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Resolution passes. 2024-55.
Authorizing contract number 2024-91 with Apex Construction and Management Company Incorporated for Project 19.82 Hayden Garage, CMU Painting and Rehabilitation, in an amount not to exceed $116,176. RTA Capital Fund Engineering and Project Development Department budget.
Great. You heard this resolution. Comments from the board? If not, a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Boccetti.
Second, Sleesman.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Resolution 2024-55 passes. Resolution 2024-56.
Authorizing contract number 2024-097 with Relodyne LLC for the furnishing of engine oil as specified and as required for a period of 1 year in an amount not to exceed $207,920. General Fund, Fleet Management Department budget.
Okay, you've heard the resolution. Comments? If not, a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Mayor Rice. Second, Sleesman.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Resolution 2024-56 passes. Resolution 2024-57.
Authorizing contract number 2024-103 with Valley Truck Centers for the purchase and delivery of 3 2024 Ford F-350 pickup trucks, equipment, and accessories as specified through the State of Ohio Department of Administrative Services Cooperative Purchasing Program for a total price not to exceed $175,419. RTA Capital Fund, Fleet Management Department budget.
Okay, if there aren't any comments, is there a motion and a second on this resolution?
So moved. Boccetti.
Second, Mayor Weiss.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
2024-57 passes. Resolution 2024-58.
Authorizing an increase to contract number 2022-122 with Clark Transportation Consulting and Services, LLC, DBA Bison Rail Systems for Project 12D, Truck Line Signal System, in an amount not to exceed $1,129,068.56 for a total contract amount of $5,593,857.76, and reinstating the General Manager, Chief Executive Officer's change order signing authority in its entirety. RTA Development Fund, Engineering and Project Development Department budget.
Great. You've heard that resolution. Any comments? If not, a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Sleesman.
Second, Love.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
2024-59.
Adopting the tax budget of the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority for the fiscal year beginning January the 1st, 2025, and submitting the same to the Cuyahoga County Fiscal Officer.
You've heard the resolution on the tax budget. Any comments or questions on that? Raj, any comments you'd like to make from your perspective?
I do not. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Motion and a second, please.
Moved by Mayor Weiss. Second, Sleesman.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Okay. 2024-59 passes. 2024-60.
Approving revised list of positions designated to use purchasing cards.
Okay. You've heard that motion. Pretty straightforward. Is there a motion and a second, please?
So moved. Boccetti.
Second, Sleesman.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
2024-60 passes. 2024-61.
Authorizing the general manager, chief executive officer to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Cleveland Metropolitan School District for student fares for the 2024-2025 school year and ratifying the issuance of passes for the first days of school.
Yeah, we can. Just for consideration, Raj, I'm going to punt to you for a moment to just give a quick update and a recap on the issuance of those cards for CMSD.
I'd be happy to do that. For those online, this is Raj Kautam. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for GCRTA. This has been a long-standing relationship with CMSD where we provide student IDs and passes to address their students' transportation needs. It is a card that has a student's picture on it. We have negotiated based on great data the last 2 years. We made the change that the contract price is determined by the number of rides that they are being taken, because that is data that both entities have. Off the top of my head, I think it was $1.65 per ride as compared to the $1.75 that a normal student rate is. And that discount represents the largest single buyer of fare media to meet the transportation needs of the students.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there a motion and a second for this?
So moved.
Second, Pachetti.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Elder.
Item 2024-61 passes. 2024-62.
Authorizing the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority to enter into a purchase and sale agreement with Keene Holdings, Ltd., an Ohio limited liability company in the amount of $145,000 for a portion of Cuyahoga County permanent parcel number 647-09-009, located at 23900 St. Clair Avenue, Euclid, Ohio, 44132.
Great. You've heard that resolution. Comments from the board? If not, motion and a second, please.
So moved, Sleesman. Second, Love.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
Elder.
2024-62 passes. At this point, I think we go on to the Secretary Treasurer's Report, item number 16 on our agenda.
While Raj is taking and Jim is leaving, I just turn around, Jim, for a second. Not so fast. I just wanted to take a moment, if I may, President, to be able to just remind the folks, since we do have new board members and some of the newer folks in the audience, that we are taking a vested interest in TOD, that's transit-oriented development. So you'll see from time to time a real estate resolution on your list. I know we had a lot today. Thank you for enduring the alphabet with us this morning. And at the bottom, you may see one there. Jim Rusnoff, if you would wave your hand, Jim, is our senior real estate manager. And this is a relatively newer endeavor for us to really start to have a lot of these resolutions pumped out on a pretty regular basis with the help of our legal division and in operations and engineering and a bunch of other folks through procurement to be able to make a vested interest in our community. And of course, finance helps us along the way. This is just one example of how we are transforming dormant property and dormant land to be able to be transformed into economic opportunity for a lot of folks that are find themselves working, whether it's in manufacturing companies that are opening up or using our land opportunities to build out adjacent economic opportunities. So, Jim, did I miss anything about any of the work you're working on? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to point that out just because that was a little bit of an oddball there in the resolution. So, thank you. Raj.
Thank you, India. Mayor Kumar, members of the board, my name is Raj Kautam. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for GCRTA and the Board Secretary Treasurer here for the monthly update. Pretty standard, normal information that I routinely present. We'll start with a quick overview of the economic conditions under which we are operating. As we all know, the annual inflation rate in the U.S. has decreased from a high of 9.1% that was set in June 2022, it is down to 3% as of June 2024. The interest rates indicated by the orange line that you see have been steady at 5.5%. The FOMC is meeting today and tomorrow, and we may have some further indication as to the future actions on rates that they may take. In June 2024, ridership was 7.8% higher when compared to 2023 levels. If you look at the right side of the slide, 2019 obviously represents the full pre-COVID ridership data in millions at 15.8. For the same period in 2024, we had 12.1 million rides, which is lower by about 3.7 million or 23.4%. On a year-to-date basis, we are up 10.7% as indicated in the upper right-hand corner of the graphic. June fare revenue was 24.4% below May 2024, the preceding month, and I'll go back to the previous slide. That is a normal seasonality in the student rides that tend to diminish in June, and you can see the ridership trending down from May to June in each of the periods that we see. That explains the decrease in passenger fares. It is largely still a timing issue. We are expecting some payments, and within the next couple of months, we will expect to normalize the passenger fares. Sales tax since COVID has been very, very stable for us. July 2024 receipts based on the April 2024 economic activity in the county were 7.1% higher than July 2023 receipts. On a year-to-date basis, we are 1.3% higher when compared to 23. Once again, on a year-to-date basis, 13 of the 23 categories that make up the sales tax base were positive. Online sales were 13.2% higher. Regular and statewide sales, 0.3% lower. Motor vehicles and watercraft, 2.6% lower. Selected data gleaned from the information that is included in your monthly package. Just to highlight some data, the total long-term debt as of the end of 2023 stands at $30.3 million. The average investment yield on a year-to-date basis is 4.47%. Excuse me. Cash and investments, total cash and investments for the authority are $392.7 million, of which $364.1 million is in restricted funds, and the unrestricted, the general fund cash and investments amount to $28.6, well in excess of the 1 month reserve that we typically try to manage. With that, I'll take any questions from the group.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Raj.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, I think we have CEO India Birdsong Terry's General Manager's report.
All right, good morning again. India Birdsong Terry, General Manager, CEO. We have a lot of good news to share this morning. We'll start out always with money. I wanted to be able to say thank you to our local, state, and federal supporters, as well as our customers and our employees. About mid-month, we were awarded a $10.6 million grant by the Federal Transit Administration, otherwise known as the FTA, to be able to help us invest in electric vehicle pilot programming. For those of you that have been around RTA for a little while, you may remember that we have the EV, or electric vehicle pilot, programmed into our long-range strategic plan. So that is a plan that takes us out to about 2030 or so, and our goal was to be able to secure funding, to be able to actually start and jumpstart the research and the development of having a pilot for electric vehicle or EV technology. So we were among several organizations within the public transit sector that we're basically pumping out almost billions of dollars to be able to think about how to include EV in their fleets. So we appreciate the Federal Transit Administration for this investment in our staff, really, and our training and our technology. The 10.6, as you may know, your average electric vehicle can range anywhere from $1.1 to $1.3 million on average, looking at basic investments in that vehicle. And so with the market and where we are, we imagine that this $10.6 million will allow us to invest up to 10 electric vehicles with a potential for up to 3 electric charging stations. Of course, that is in the hands of our procurement team and our negotiation skill, but we'll have that yet to be determined. This grant was provided via the U.S. Department of Transportation's fiscal year 2024 bus and bus facilities and low and no emission grant programming. That's a mouthful, but that's the official title for the EV technology grant opportunity. As I mentioned, we were among several agencies across the country to be able to get a myriad of dollars for this technology. So we're excited to be able to start the work. Much like the rail car replacement, this is a blessing, but it will come with a lot of work. So we'll keep you updated and stay tuned as to where those buses will go, what timing, when the grant becomes money, as Mike Shipper likes to say. And we'll keep you updated on what our analysis will entail. Again, this is a pilot program. So again, this is going to be a specified number of vehicles and charging stations that will come online, more than likely on a shorter term route just due to the battery technology, but we'll keep you updated on that. So again, thank you and congratulations to the team. Also, on a good news, thank you. We do have some enthusiasts for EV technology, Mr. Love being one among them. We do have another good news story. This is a little bit of a tangential sort of report out. I wanted to make sure that we were highlighting the communal effort that it takes in order to really sustain public transportation in our community, and this is a really good example of that. This is actually a grant that was provided to the city of Cleveland. So this is not directly to us for money, but it supports us. This is a DOT, Department of Transportation award. This is an award that goes to the city of Cleveland to enhance the airport station. So as you well know, RTA really kind of is the incubator and the receiver for millions or thousands of customers that are coming into the Cleveland area, and the airport is chief among those receptors. So we really want folks to be able to have a great impression of our city once they come in from airport travel, and what better way in order to rehab the station that RTA actually inhabits at that airport tunneling. So we were able to list some of the details that will support that award. There were a few $1 million that were awarded to that. We got the news from the city of Cleveland. They were super excited to let us know, so we thought it would behoove us to let you know today. So again, congratulations to the city of Cleveland and to the Hopkins Airport. We will be benefiting from those dollars by osmosis, so we appreciate that, and it is a continued community effort. Also wanted to be able to give you an update on the legislative side. A lot of our goodwill and good fortune is not a coincidence. A lot of this is the result of a lot of hard work going into educating our legislators and representatives and Congress folks that are either in Columbus or on the Hill. When they have an opportunity to support public transit, it always helps that they actually have seen it firsthand. And part of that initiative that we have ongoing is bringing them in-house whenever we can. So we were able to tour and have Senator Jerry C. Serino, which is the representative for the 18th District, come and talk to us at our rail yard. So it was a great opportunity to have him there. He had not been to our facility before in person. In fact, it was a great opportunity to talk about and educate what we do, how we do it, how our fleet is maintained. Also, you see transit police flanking us on the corners there, so we talked about safety and security. We also had an opportunity to talk about workforce development. You'll see an interesting grouping here of folks. There were a lot, so we didn't name them by name, but you'll see George Fields there, Ed Kowicki representing our training and HR groups. Those are the kind of folks that we wanted to make sure that we had not only talking to the senator about the fleet itself, but about the programs that are behind it. And we found a lot of similarities. Whether you're on the Democratic or Republican or independent side, all of that goes out the window when you're talking about the youth and how to kind of bring in the new generation of transit professionals, and we found it to be really, really helpful. And it didn't hurt that we also talked about the tax budget. So we do appreciate that, and also the state budget for transportation. We appreciate him, and we look forward to more visits like this. So thank you to the team as well. Waterfront line. I told you that we get into a little bit of detail about operational items that would be affecting our customer base, and this is one of them. The waterfront line will resume. We wanted to be able to bring this to you. There's been a lot of conversation about whether or not we're going to run the waterfront line on a regular basis and what that looks like. So we were able to go through the scheduling exercise and seeing what should we support. So on the left-hand side of the column there, you'll see the two special events that are coming up, the WWE SummerSlam in August, and also the Rod Stewart and Billy Joel concert for music enthusiasts in September. It will be running for both of those events. They do expect over 10,000 patrons for both of those, well into the 20s, depending on the weather. On the other side of the column there, you will see that we have committed to running Saturday and Sunday service. Those will be Saturday, Sunday, so basically weekend and holiday service throughout the year, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we do have an asterisk there to make sure that you understand that Thanksgiving and Christmas Day will not be served. But we're really excited about that. Thanks to operations and thanks to our scheduling folks to be able to kind of hash it out and figure out where it's the rubber meets the road. And we have determined that we're going to slow walk this into the new year and be able to afford people transit service on the waterfront line for the weekends. If there are any questions on that, I'll keep going. All right. Also, this is one of these longer-term shutdowns that one of our public commenters discussed this morning. That is indeed the case, but it is warranted. This is a really good example of this. You can see via the photos, the before and after almost, this is still the after stage of crumbling infrastructure that needs to be rehabilitated in order to maintain a safe operation and really a smoother ride for our customers. We don't want to ensue hemorrhoids or anything like that on any of the transit that was mentioned before. So we want to make sure we can do everything we can to make it a smoother ride and a safer ride for everyone. So this station, the Red Line West 117th Madison Station, will be closed until further notice due to the rehab work. And of course, we do this during the good weather months in order to take advantage of the manpower. So all Red Line stations during this project are going to be adjusted. We will have bus service at the station to continue to get you along your journey, but we appreciate your participation and your patience as we continue to update this. Mike or Doc, did I miss anything about this particular event? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, at West 117th, we're replacing both the bridges and the platform. So the phase of the work that we're in right now, the inbound bridge is almost complete, but we're now doing the platform replacement. So that's what you see, the demolition of the platform on the photo. And then we'll be switching over to the outbound bridge. And we expect this will continue throughout the rest of this year.
Okay.
But it's a pretty significant project. And we know it's disruptive. It is requiring a single track, so if you see delays on the Red Line, single tracking is going on because we're taking a bridge out of surface. So that's what those delays on the Red Line are mostly related to, is the single tracking, so we can complete the work on the bridges and the platform.
Any questions? Yes.
Thank you. I was just wondering is this kind of a reactive project or preventative in the sense that you saw something, that was out of whack and you wanted to address it earlier rather than later, or were you reacting to these things? And I ask because I'm just wondering if you expect or anticipate there to be more work that needs to be done on other stops in the future similar to this.
It's a proactive, is a very proactive project, and one that we definitely wanted to complete prior to the delivery of the new rail cars. We have invested pretty heavily on the West Side Rail, and this set of bridges and platform is kind of the last of the biggest projects. But we do have, and I think we described it in some of our upcoming work. When we talked about the capital improvement program, there are 3 Red Line platforms that we are going to replace outside of the rail project, but in anticipation of the rail projects. So those are at Cedar University, at Superior, and at West Park. And soon, the board will see a RFP contract probably before the end of the year for the design of those 3 platforms. So, that is something coming up, and we're keeping that separate from the design contract that you just awarded, which was the modification of the platforms related to the new rail car program. We're going to split those 3 out separate and fund that out of our normal capital program, but you'll see a contract for that design probably about 3 months from now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks, Mike, and thank you, Ms. Pachetti, for the question. I was whispering in the corner here just to be able to say, whether it's today or at a future board meeting, we can always bring you into kind of the process that we go through in order to support the pre-planned capital projects. So it's a great question to say, is this something that's kind of a reaction, for example, to the S-curve? I believe that was occurring maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. That was more of a reactionary. But this one for a planned project, we also have a process for service interruptions. And we talked about that as far as how do our customers find out about delays that are coming up? How do we advise them? What do we do from a digital standpoint? How do we put up marketing, kind of signage and all of that? We do have a process that we go through, and that might be helpful to explain that to the board at an upcoming meeting. Mayor Weiss?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, not for today, obviously, but maybe in a follow-up board meeting, maybe to see the timeline for all of those construction projects. I assume that means the red line will be out of service for each one of those, but maybe not. But to be able to see that, just what we're looking at in terms of lack of service during those periods, just be helpful to see.
Yeah, I'll provide a short comment. Mayor Weiss, it's a good question. Like on the 3 platform projects, most of that would be occurring probably in 2026 or late 2025. We will most likely, the disruption will be single tracking, but with some of our projects we do, when we know we're going to have a total rail outage like we've been having now, we'll group projects together, and maybe on a weekend outage group a number of projects. So we may have construction activity at half a dozen locations on because we can get 48 hours of straight work. And then, but with the platforms, we end up with more of a single track so that we can safely work on one side and still run trains on the other. But yeah, I think in the follow-up, we can definitely provide some kind of presentation on what, even as our call, I think we had a comment in terms of what we're looking at for outages in 2025 and 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Moving on to the next item, which I believe was also addressed through a public comment. We had a Metro Health BRT community open house. This was on June 27th, so we just wanted to bring you up to speed on the attendance for that one. We had over 200 participants. And you can see kind of we listed here some of the major advocacy groups that were there. In addition to many CPTers, we also had our transit police, Operation Community Watch, and these are the internal folks, Young Latino Network, RTA Board of Trustees, several of you popped up. We appreciate your support for that. And then our Community Advisor Committee members. We did present our BRT plan. The idea was to get feedback from the public and then be able to present the schematics and the blueprints in order to get folks to be invested in the process so we understand what their concerns are. So it was a great turnout, and we appreciate the customer engagement for that, and we'll continue to have more of those as the project goes along. Also wanted to give a shout out, I'm not sure, there she is behind the pole. We've got our Chief of Police, Deirdre Jones, which was awarded on behalf of our GCRTA Transit Police, the Heart of Phoebe Award. So we really appreciate her. Chief, get to a mic because I'm gonna punt it to you in a moment to be able to say a few words. about the community engagement process that we've really kind of just immersed ourselves in under her leadership to be able to get out into the community and really become an active partner with those that we serve most. If you're not familiar with the Phoebe Foundation, they do specialize in a lot of programmings to support families, but their kind of linchpin is the financial empowerment tool and being able to teach that in community residents. So it's really a great honor for us to be able to achieve that award. And Chief, if you're near a mic, go ahead if you have a couple comments.
Thanks a lot.
Anytime.
The only thing that what I will say is that this was a team effort. I was just there to take the award, but with our community engagement unit, it is so amazing the work that they do. I believe that, again, from going from an average of 20 events a year to 178 events last year, that not only put us out in the community, it really gave us a lot of exposure, but I believe it also helped with our hiring process. I think a lot of police officers from other agencies and recruits in the academy saw us as a team that they wanted to join. So all of this is, I'm the one that's standing up on the podium taking the award, but it's really, I give all the credit to the team that I have because they do an amazing job. I'm not saying anything else. Thank you.
Well said. You said enough. We appreciate you, Chief. We appreciate the work of your team, but it couldn't be done without a great leader, so we appreciate you as well. So if you guys want to give a quick clap for that. All right. Oh, good times keep rolling. So if you had a moment when you came in this morning, there was a bus outside, looked a little different from the rest of our fleet. This was a restored 1965 RTA bus. 1965 is important because we are in the middle of our 50th anniversary year, and I believe it's in the end of December, so we're kind of toggling between 2024 and 25, so we're calling this our 50-year bus. This one was actually restored by the folks out at Central Bus Maintenance. I just want to give a shout out to Jeff Adams and Dan Dietrich. I believe Tony is the mechanic that was outside. There's a couple other folks that did fantastic job. This only took them, I want to give it under 6 months, Doc, if that's accurate, to be able to restore it. Take a walk through it. It really is nostalgic, and they did a fantastic job. So we have these buses. We'll probably see this out at multiple events. To be able to celebrate from whence we came. And there's a lot of good stories that people start to enjoy once they hop on this bus, and it's really just an amazing piece of history. So great job to the team. Doc, we appreciate your folks out at CBM to be able to get this done in their spare time while keeping everything on time. All right, we're going to speed through the rest of these here if I can. These are conferences. Just want to make sure you understand our footprint beyond Cleveland. There were a few conferences that were going on. We had a busy 30 days. I was in attendance at the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials, along with a couple other folks from RTA, Carl Kirkland, Davita Banks. There are a few others that I'm probably missing as well. Carl and Davita are part of our new leadership team for the Compto Cleveland chapter. Compto is the minority sister to APTA, if you think about it that way, organization, and they're an advocacy group to make sure that diversity is included in all aspects of public transit at the professional level on down to the lay folks that are cleaning and operating the vehicles. And so really this was a great opportunity. This is their national conference. RTA has been the lead of our local chapter for decades, and we really are kind of reinvigorating that. Again, thanks to previous leadership, Eric Johnson, Jared Davis, Loretta Kirk, a bunch of folks from over the years that have really shepherded our chapter. We are in the middle of a revival, so to speak, of that chapter, and Davita Banks as well, or Banks. Joel, did I say that correctly? Rhymes with bench, Banks.
Bents.
There we go. Davita will be serving as the chapter president. She's a transportation manager out at Triscuit, and Carl Kirkland is our director for DBE. So we'll be having an invested focus on DBE participation and also scholarship, I believe, are the main tenets for this organization. So great job, you guys. More to come. Also, we had the U.S. Department of Transportation Climate Symposium. So a lot of investment and a lot of conversation about climate investment, about EV technology, about our carbon footprint. All of these things were talked about in DC. Natoya Walker-Minor, our DGM for Administration and External Affairs, attended for RTA to be able to get an idea of how Cleveland factors into this conversation. Our own Justin Bibb through the City of Cleveland was on the main stage to be able to represent for the region as well. This was a great opportunity to understand how we factor into this. We will be having more information coming to you in the area of sustainability as well over the next coming months. Natoya, did you have any comments on that one? Okay, great. Also, APTA, this was the Transit Board Member Seminar. Jeff Sleesman was able to participate on behalf of RTA. He is our board member here. This is really a seminar that happens every year. It was in San Jose, California, where a lot of topics were discussed to be able to get transit board members from across the country on the same page when it comes to areas of workforce and procurement, safety and security, and also advocacy. So, Jeff, we appreciate you for representing us. Did you have any comments on this one?
Only that it was a great conference, especially to network and talk to other board members from across the country and hear some of the concerns, some of the pleasures, some of the questions that they have as well. It was mostly new board members within first few years of service. And then kind of anchored by some folks who have been in their seats for more like 20 years. But it was a great opportunity to share information and learn.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate you for that. There will be an annual conference coming up for some of our newer board members that will be attending, as well as our president, in October. And so we'll come back to you with information later in the year on that. The last conference for the month, I was in attendance in New Orleans, Louisiana. Didn't really see much of the food, ate a lot of rubber chicken, but it was a great opportunity to be able to talk through the National Urban League. So if you're familiar with that organization, another DEI initiative, I do sit on the board for RTA there as an RTA representation for transportation, and I am a co-chair for bringing the National Conference of the Urban League to Cleveland in 2025. So that was my participation. They had a large announcement that Cleveland will be coming on the roster next. And it was a great year. In light of everything politically that we have going on, it's going to be very busy over the next 12 months to be able to keep DEI in the limelight. And our commitment to that is supported by our participation in the Urban League. So we appreciate that, and I'm sure I'll have more detail coming as the months go on. Again, wanted to conclude and also say congratulations and welcome to Ms. Anastasia Elder. She is the newest board member here. You heard the abstentions for a reason. We appreciate her for listening today, and we expect great things. She is replacing Ms. Callie Mersman, who is a representative of the City of Cleveland. We appreciate Callie for her time on the board, a great contributor to great conversations and innovation. And so I'm sure we'll continue in that stead through our workings with the city, and we welcome you, Anastasia, to the team. Great things from you as well. That concludes my report, President, unless there are any questions.
Not really a question, but a comment. Very excited to see that the waterfront line will be operating during Browns games. I know that's a frequent question I think some of us have received, so that's great news. We're putting it back into service at peak times to serve the area.
That's kudos to the team on that one. We appreciate that. Doc will be reviewing every concert and giving a detailed musical report as well.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
19 under President's report. I know Vice President Welch and I will be meeting with the CEO, General Manager later this week to do some planning for the board mini retreat on September 19th. So long as that is, I think that's on everybody's calendar. We get it on Ms. Elder's calendar. That would be great, so she's aware of that. We're planning that out. And I think will that involve part of a tour?
So the idea for that date, that's an internal working day for the board, and the idea is to have half a day be able to go through governance and items of conversation for strategy, and then the second half will be a tour close to the board members to be able to ride some of the transit corridors, in addition to see a couple of the stations that we have in districts, for those that haven't seen it yet.
I think for me as new board member, I did a tour with another new board member, and I found that incredibly helpful to go and see some of the facilities. When you see some of the items we're voting on, and you've actually gone out and touched some of them and understand it a little bit more. I'm a visual person, so we thought as part of this mini retreat, we would take that opportunity to do that and tour a few of those facilities. I think they'll be helpful in our activities as board members. Is there any old business that anyone would like to bring up? Any new business? At this point, we'll turn over to public comments, limited to 2 minutes on public transit-related items. Do we have anyone in person that would like to make any comments? Is there anyone on the phone?
We have 3 callers.
Okay.
Caller 0387, you can go ahead.
DEI means diversity, equity, and inclusion. You reduce the equity when diversity was reduced when you took away the opportunity for that population across 116th Martin Luther King Boulevard to go to Marymount Hospital, University Hospital, and the Cleveland Clinic by using the number 50 if you put it in correctly. Inclusion, you requested a number of people to read and fill out these surveys prior to your next gen. You didn't respond to anybody. None of you did. And in reference to inclusion as well, you want people to participate in this survey at 216-621-9500, and then Fonse comes on and says it's not 100%. You should at least note how many people picked to participate in the survey and then how many people you actually listened to in the survey. But you just want to say it's not 100%, like somebody's requesting you to be 100%. I want you to be honest. And then when you talk about decorum and respect, you're always addressed by your title, India Terry, Paul Kumar, Fonse Caver, Nick, all the time. You can't even keep up with the callers' names. How about this? The next time you use the word punt, remember, punting is done when you've done something unsuccessful. That's you, India Terry. How about you follow up on what you're supposed to do?
All right, thank you. This second caller is caller 0820. You can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is Apostolette, Reverend Pinckney. Good morning. As you all know, I'm on the campaign trail for President of the United States of America. For this 2024 election, I have some very serious concerns. And Mrs. Birdsong Terry, I'm glad to hear your voice. One of my concerns is the racial profiling in our public transportation system globally, and in Cuyahoga County as well as in other counties. It does not display people of color adequately. Another thing I am concerned about is the fact is that when I call the board office, no one answers the telephone when I call regarding any of my concerns. Another concern I have is that my safety concerns are never addressed in the RTA transportation system. And another final concern I would have is the fact that disabled people do not have fair and equal opportunities to address the law and the processes. This will be the visually impaired and the hearing impaired people. And I have been denied my own share of equal opportunities for being seen and known through the media and press process that RTA has. And I've been an advocate for our transportation system for over 22 years now. And I would like for that to be corrected. Mrs. Birdsong Terry, thank you so much for your time and everything that you do. Your sacrifice is well noted and very much appreciated. And please thank your husband and family for welcoming you to do what you do for us in the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority system. If you need to reach me, I'm at 216-548-0820. Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you. The third caller dropped. That is it for the calls.
Any web or email?
There are no web comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Item number 22. The next regular board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 27th, 2024, in the boardroom of the Authority, Root McBride Building, 1240 West 6th Street, Cleveland, Ohio. Meeting will be live streamed on RTA's board page by clicking the meeting date. The public is welcome to attend in person. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mayor Weiss.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.
We have one more meeting.
Yeah, we have one more meeting, so calling to order the RTA Ad Hoc Compensation
Everyone,
Committee.
we do have another meeting. We need to call the roll. If we can get everyone's attention, please.
Can I have everyone's attention?
We have
Can I
everyone's attention.
everyone's
We have another
attention?
committee we need to go
We have
to,
another-
please.
Go ahead,
Lou,
Teresa.
can you give it, we have to do one more meeting.
I'd like to call to order the RTA Ad Hoc Compensation Committee today, Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, at 10:20. Teresa, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Weiss,
Here.
Ms. Welch, and Mayor Biassiata.
Here.
You have two committee members present. You have a quorum.
All right, we have one item on the agenda, which is a request for an executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, and compensation of a public employee or official. Do we have such motion?
I move to go into executive session.
I will second that motion. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
All right, Mayor Weiss?
Yes.
And Mayor Biassiata?
Yes.
You have 2 ayes and none opposed.
Okay, the committee will meet in executive session. I don't believe any action is anticipated at that meeting, so you're more than welcome, the audience or online. You're happy to wait, but there will be no action taken after the conclusion of that meeting. All right, and we will head upstairs to the executive conference room. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now you can all go back to talking. Return of the GCRTA compensation committee.
Microphone.
Is it on? Okay. Motion
This is
and
a
a second.
continuation of the GCRTA compensation committee. We are coming out of executive session. Is there a motion to come out?
So moved.
Seconded. Okay. So would you call the roll?
Mayor Weiss
Yes.
and Mayor Kumar.
Yes.
You have 2 ayes and none opposed.
All right. Any other business?
No.
Okay. Then we will stand adjourned.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.